Welcome to another episode of Pathfinder, Rise of the Runelords. So, yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, goodbye. Think we're
Yep.
about to go over our
Thanks for
recap
watching.
and everything. So, yeah. Hope everybody's ready. And if you're not, then get ready, because here we go.
Yep. So, if everyone would remember from last time, we left off in the Barrett household. You had just found the goblin, the floor creeper. You have just slain him and killed the killer of Amel's husband. You are left with a house full of bloody, dismembered corpses and a sense of fear that may be fading away, may not. Now, with Gresgard's body laying down in the hole underneath the chamber pot, I will turn it over to you. Amel is outside waiting.
Didn't somebody, like, hit that dude with a book?
There was indeed a book with light cast upon it, thrown down into the hole underneath the chamber pot.
Are we going in the hole?
I think we already went down there, and it was just like the goblin had just, been hiding or whatever. Had like beer cans and napkins and stuff like that.
Okay.
Well,
You would definitely remember from looking down into the hole that there is nothing more than just scraps and bones, dirt, and little shiny things that Gresgard had previously found underneath the house.
let's head back out and let the woman know what to expect. Ye- Where's the bard?
Dead.
Rip.
All right. You step outside and find a rather nervous looking Amel standing outside, cuddling her baby, muttering to herself. She looks up as you exit the threshold of her house, her eyes wide. What what did you find?
It's not good.
Tears start to well up in her eyes. What do you mean? Not not good.
I'm afraid that we were too late to save them. But we did manage to do in the culprits.
She stares at you for a bit as the tears start to stream down her face. She clutches the baby tighter to her chest and begins crying uncontrollably. I I can't believe it. He's gone. Forever.
I don't have that. Perhaps I could play you a song, madam, to lift your spirits.
She doesn't even seem to acknowledge the words that you're saying as she is crying uncontrollably.
Fine, I didn't want to play a song anyway.
You hear a familiar voice from the distance. You there, adventurers! I see you've already found her. You see a man with a dark complexion walking up. It's Sheriff Hemlock. He has another woman standing beside him as he heads down toward you.
He's huge! Run!
Just do that so you'll have a good view of him. Good enough.
Oh my god.
Sheriff Hemlock approaches the scene. I see. What did you find in there? I'd heard reports from Lady Barrett's sister, who came in all the way from Magnamar after receiving a distressed letter. The sister is looking at you, staring daggers at the heroes.
Anyway.
Out of character, they could send a letter, but not go get food, so the goblin will not try to eat them. I'm just throwing that out there.
Don't think about it too much.
Okay.
It is grim indeed inside. There wasn't much that we could do by the time that we arrived except deal with the miscreants that had done the damage.
The sister exclaims, I came here as soon as I could, but apparently you heroes, if you were a bit more thorough in your heroing, you could have perhaps saved him.
No.
And how might we have done that?
Also, we never chose to call ourselves heroes. Everyone else calls us that. We're simply doing whatever we can.
Hemlock stops you. Look, now's not the time for an argument. I've made arrangements for Lady Barrett and her family to have a place in the chapel. They can stay there for a couple of days, at least until her sister can take her back to Magnamar. Please, join us there, Lady Barrett. It is late. She nods silently, tears still streaming down her face. And you, heroes, I request a meeting with you tomorrow. I'm afraid I don't have good news, but there are matters of much importance that we do need to speak of. Please meet me at my office tomorrow at noon.
Then we'll do so.
Very good. Amel, please come with me. He guides the Barrett family off, or at least what's left of it.
Ego's going to immediately head back to the Rusty Dragon.
I mean, there's more of them inside, but they ain't alive.
All right.
Are they gonna send somebody to, like, clean that up?
That is a problem for another day. We will take care of that. For I will have one of the guards clean this problem up.
Ooh,
Lady Amel has suffered much.
ooh, wait, hang on, I forgot something inside. Then Javier's gonna go back in and loot the body.
You're heading back in?
Yeah, to loot the body. I don't think we did it. That works, right?
That's fine.
I'm gonna loot. I'm gonna loot both bodies.
Loot both bodies. All right.
There's 3 bodies in
one?
there. Do you want to loot the dog too?
Dude, loot the
Yes,
dog.
I'm gonna loot. I'm gonna loot all of them, starting with the goblin, then making my way to the dude, and then eventually, the dog.
Cut off a piece of the dog's flesh and use the treasure map spell.
I don't have that spell, but I'll cut his tail off anyway. Oh wait, I don't
We
have
can
a knife.
find a treasure map to all the dog's treasure.
You would know that the tail has already been dismembered from the dog.
Oh, that's right. They were eating on it.
Hmm.
However,
Very well then.
on Gresgert, you find a tattered suit of small studded leather, a small-sized dagger, and a couple of pieces of silverware.
I rolled 20. I don't know why it just acts so slow. It like stutters when I push enter. It's weird.
Yeah. However, on Master Barrett's body, at least what's left of it, you find 10 gold pieces, a tattered set of civilians' clothes, and you can tell that there's really not much else left of him. As you remember from examining the body previously, his face had been torn off, his arm had been torn off, several bits of skin on the rest of his body, including his entrails, had been basically eaten out from within that hole.
Yeah, we get it. He's foobarred.
If anything, the clothes are nothing more than scraps.
I'm not going to take those clothes. I'm going to take everything else you've said, though, including the silverware.
All right. You find a fine set of silverware, including a fork, knife, spoon, and a ladle.
Sweet. Sounds like the perfect thing to take, on an adventure.
Is it?
All right.
Just need a plate now, or a bowl.
I've got a cup. I use it for soup and water.
I used to wear a cup when I played football.
Different cup, but I suppose you could eat out of both.
The visual imagery.
I mean, where you choose to go with that is your business.
The one of them might actually be shaped for, it's sliding down your throat even easier. Like, I feel like the one I wore in football, I could use to eat oysters.
Can
So
we
on
get
that
back
note,
to this? Yeah.
let's assume everyone is leaving the Barrett household.
Yep.
It is now late at night. I believe, Ego, you said you were returning to the Rusty Dragon?
Yes. I need to get back there so I can protect my charge.
All right. Is everyone else heading to the inn?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the inn.
Yeah.
I'll come with them, but I'm eventually going to go back to the White Stag or whatever. The other one. The nice one.
Okay. Everyone returns to their respective inns. It is now well past midnight, very late. You can tell that the crowds are dying down, and everyone's basically going to bed. Does anyone else have anything to do before they sleep?
Hold on.
I'm gonna make sure that Ameko's okay.
So I have these necro robes.
First off, Mako has actually retired to her room. She's had a very long night.
Okay. As long as she's good inside her room.
And you're talking about the robe of bones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing else about that, huh? Just a robe made out of bones?
Well, it's not made out of bones. It is more of a necromancer's robe. However, you would remember that Father Xantus identified it as already having been discharged, so it's really nothing more than a dark black robe at the moment.
Yeah, so it's a spent magic vessel.
There's a very faint magical aura about it that hints that it was indeed a magic item at one time. But
Out of character. He's basically saying there is methods to make it magical again
Yeah, I'm getting that.
if you have that
I'm
means.
trying to figure out in which way.
It falls under magic item creation stuff. The feats.
I believe you would have someone to speak with about that, but she may or may not know how to do that quite yet.
Not quite yet.
Well, I do have
Levels.
this Masterwork chain shirt. I'm gonna give that to Kyrie. I also have a Masterwork scimitar if anybody is interested in that.
If you're giving away things, the blacksmith will always take things.
I didn't say I was giving them away. I gave something to Kyrie. But aside from that, I'm done.
Okay. Everyone spends the night at their respective inns. You wake up the next morning to an normal day. It almost seems eerily quiet after the past events. But indeed, it seems to be a normal day.
First hour praying.
Okay.
I'm going to be memorizing spells.
If it looks like Ameko's okay, then I will begin studying. Or not studying, but doing the rituals of preparation.
Javier's gonna go downstairs and have some bacon and eggs and a mimosa,
Goddamn, not having to prepare
followed
spells.
by a Bloody Mary.
All right. You awaken to the cat softly purring at your side. You notice that he has made it through the night without incident.
No more poops.
Good kitty.
The tavern owners happily serve you, and you enjoy a rather unhealthy breakfast.
Alright. I'm assuming an hour's passed by now, so.
Exactly.
Yep, gonna head downstairs and go grab some breakfast too.
All right.
Can I
Everyone
make-
prepares and eats.
Can I
Good.
make an animal handling check to try to, like, I guess, make the cat more friendly towards me?
Certainly, yeah, you can spend some time with the cat, bonding and training with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
the more time you spend with it, like in specific training, you can totally
Okay.
bond with that bitch.
After I'm done with my eggs and bacon and drinks, then I'm gonna, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm just gonna go ahead and roll it.
What are you trying to teach it?
To be my friend.
Okay.
That is not a specific command, really.
You
What?
spend some time playing with the cat. It doesn't seem any more interested in you than it is normally. In
Ev-
fact, it seems a bit more interested in eating its breakfast.
I have no idea why it says skill is untrained, because I'm definitely trained in that.
Did you check the?
Yeah, I was about to say, do
Yeah.
you have that box checked?
Yeah, it's checked.
Well, that's
It's weird.
retarded.
Yeah.
Right?
No, not a big deal. Probably just bugs in the character sheet.
Did it give me my
Yeah,
plus
you're
there?
probably still getting the bonus from it because it adds the number up. So
Well, well, damn.
Oh, you didn't put any points in any ranks, is what it is.
oh, what a doof.
You goober.
Wasn't it 1 point in each? I
Just-
think.
Did
It's
you?
it's dependent. Like each character class gets, um, you get so many skills per level. So I think like you're gonna have
Per
like
level?
3 or 4 per level, and then at level 1 you can allocate your 4 points to 4 skills, and then your next level you can allocate another 4 points.
Yeah, I'm not going to stop the game at the moment
Okay,
for
yeah,
this, but we will
yeah,
take
well,
care of your skills later.
okay, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I'm just gonna go through and like add a point on all the ones that I definitely took, and then we'll deal with
Yeah, just look up
that.
Bard on your end real quick. It'll tell you how many skills you get per level.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm
like
also
8.
going to state that you have -2 ranks remaining, but like I said, we will take care of that later.
Okay.
As in, you spent more than you have, but
Really? I think I have 8. I don't know. Anyway, let's carry on.
all right. So either way, the cat does not seem to really respond to it.
Well, bummer.
All right. Anyone else have anything to do in the morning?
Um, I'm
Guessing
going
that.
to head off to the magic shop and see if I can't learn a little bit about how to make magic items, so that way I've got some story as to why I can suddenly start making magic items. So, Ego will head off to the magic shop just to kind of look, get ideas of what she wants to do as far as that goes.
Okay. Very good. And you will spend your morning. All right. At this point, you're still training. You would know that you can go to a couple of different places around town. One of the places would be the Turandarok Academy, if you would like to learn anything.
Is
Unless if
this
you'd actually rather spend time at between the different stores and asking the actual vendors.
well, I have a question then. Is it that would I need to I mean, once I take the feat, I can do that, but I'm trying to make it so that it's story wise, fits. So I I'd like the information on what would be valuable to create for the magical stores, but it makes more sense to go to a school to find out how those are made more so.
Having lived here, you would know that magical crafting is not so much a thing that most of the craftsmen here do. There is a sage called Brodert Quink, who is more of a scholar of history and engineering, but he would be interested to talk with you. Other than that, you could instead go to the Turandarok Academy and meet with Ilsori Gandithus, the headmaster of the academy. And you could inquire about magical crafting from him, for he could at least put you in the right place or give you some interesting reading.
I'll go with that second one.
All right. You head down to the Turandarok Academy and spend your morning.
Is it a magic academy?
You know that the headmaster himself is actually a wizard. He has spent several years training in the arcane In fact, he has actually spent some time adventuring himself, but he has recently retired here to become the headmaster and share knowledge rather than go out and seek it.
Okay, before I take off to go there, then I will let Kyrie know where I'm headed in order to give her an opportunity to come along. Because it provides an opportunity for her character to potentially get spells if she'd like to.
Okay, then yeah, I'll follow and I'm gonna see if they have anything about like potion crafting.
All right. You arrive and you find Ilsori Gandithus preparing downstairs. Let us show you where the building is. In this rather large academy down in the southwestern point of town. He looks up and sees you two approaching him. Ah, I see. We have some newcomers, and I believe you. He looks at Ego. Are you not the Smith woman?
I am a Smith woman.
Hmm.
I wouldn't
Very.
say that I'm necessarily the only one.
Ah, indeed. But I have heard your name said around town a few times. I hear you do very fine work.
I try.
Very good.
This is my friend Kyrie.
Kyrie.
And her friend Kathos.
He looks Kathos up and down. Walking around town like that. My, you're a bold summoner, aren't you?
How'd you guess?
Guess. He chuckles to himself. Ah, practice, my dear. But that's neither here nor there. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm here in order to learn about how to make magic items. I figure just making items that are normal is going to make some money, but if I can make some magical items, I can really make some money.
The man looks up at you, a glint appearing in his eyes. Ah, finally, an interesting topic. For I spend most of my days teaching children. I would certainly be interested to teach something much more than just standard history.
Javier is attempting to slip inside the school unnoticed.
All right. Uh, you do a pretty decent job carrying yourself through the streets. And you do manage to make it into the academy without anyone really noticing you for who you are.
Okay, he's just gonna like sit in a dark corner while these guys talk to the master.
The headmaster speaks to Ego. Please come with me. As he leads you a few rooms into a relatively large-sized library deep within the academy. He trails off to a distant bookshelf, pulls out a large tome and dusts it off. Magical crafting, you say?
Yes.
He blows the dust off the books and sets it down on the table with a thud. I haven't had to pull this book out in, why, many moons.
Well, I
Please.
do appreciate you bringing it out.
Ah, it's no problem. Please feel free to read.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I am not really so much of a craftsman myself, but I do know of other people. Unfortunately, most of the craftsmen here only deal in the mundane, but there are a few, perhaps an alchemist. There is Nisk Tander, you know, the half-elf, who runs bottled solutions. I'm sure you know of him.
I'm aware of him.
Yes,
Our paths do not cross much as I make armor and weapons and he makes potions.
indeed, he's more of an alchemist, but he may be able to teach you a few things.
Well, I'll start with this book and then see where I get led from there.
I would like to talk.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I would like to talk to that person you were just talking about, the alchemist, I believe.
Oh, Nisk, Mr. Tander. Yes, yes, he's no doubtedly preparing for the day at Bottled Solutions. I'm sure there are many people who need alchemy at this day and age, and I'm sure he would be pleased to speak with one of the heroes of Sandpoint.
Well, then I will definitely have to speak with him.
He is a little eccentric, but I'm sure you could glean something useful off of him. If
You
you,
go ahead without me, Kyrie. I'm gonna stay here and read this. I figure something more towards craftsmen and that sort of stuff will be more useful than alchemy and potions.
What about an alchemical blade?
Now, that's not exactly what she's thinking about. She's thinking about how to make her weapons and armor better.
yes, if you aren't familiar with the lay of the land, if you head down Raven Street, a bit to the northeast of here, you'll find a building there. You can't miss it. There are plenty of oddities laying around, and his shop is not the cleanest in town, but I'm sure it all makes sense to him. Head there, and I'm sure he will be happy to have a chat with you. But I do have a class later today, so if you'll excuse me, I do need to prepare for the lesson plan. You are certainly welcome to stay here and read.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ah, not a problem.
Ego will continue to read.
Ilsori walks off and returns to his books and sits down at a table a room away and starts writing down his lesson plans.
Javier's gonna walk in and shut the door.
Go in there and be like,
He looks
Excuse,
up. Did Kyrie, did you just leave?
I'm sorry.
Ah, who are you?
I'm Javier, Bard extraordinaire. Are you the headmaster here?
Oh, the bard. I did not notice you walk in.
I'm a very
I,
stealthy bard.
I see. He looks around slightly nervously. I hear your reputation precedes you.
I wouldn't know anything about that, good sir. However, I do have a favor to ask of you.
Hmm.
Would you mind hearing me out?
I will hear you, but I can't guarantee anything. Even though you may be a hero, I've heard of some other deeds.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
We
No.
all know what he's
Continue.
talking about.
But down to brass tacks. Headmaster, I can't help but feel if I live, if I continue to live, I might hang out with these guys for a while. And to be honest with you, they're very weak. They're very weak on their own. I didn't go hunt with them the other day, and they came back looking just terrible after fighting some boars. So I think what I need to help these guys is to become stronger. And so I was wondering if perhaps you could teach me a bit about the ways of arcane spellcasting.
I see. First the crafter, then the alchemist, now the arcane caster. Yes, I do know a few things.
Would you mind teaching them to me?
He looks down at his lesson plan and creates a deep sigh. Perhaps another time. I do have much work to do. I would need to have a decent discussion with you first to find out your purposes for needing more spells.
Perhaps after your classes, then.
Perhaps. He looks back down at his notes and begins writing again.
Well, when should I come back to talk to you about that, sir?
He sighs again. I finish my classes late in the afternoon, but before dusk. A couple hours after noon.
Very well then, sir. I'll meet you here around 3 o'clock, say?
Yes, I look forward to it.
As do I. Thank you, sir. I offer my hand to, shake hands with him.
He looks back down at his notes and continues writing.
And Javier, plays it off yeah, gives him a thumbs up and walks out.
Roll me a perception.
Boom.
You can hear him not so quietly mutter, I hope he has no more nefarious needs for this magic.
I pop my head in and say, sir, I assure you my intentions are only good. I'll meet you here later this afternoon. Then I pop back out.
He doesn't acknowledge it.
I didn't expect him to. I'm going to bebop on back to the hotel.
Okay.
And play with the cat some more.
All right. And Kyrie, you visit Bottled Solutions.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him about crafting potions.
All right. As you walk up to the shop, you notice it is very cluttered and filled with shelves upon shelves of bottles, bags, and other alchemical containers, some covered in dust, and others so new that the pungent stink of brewing still fills the air. You see Nisk Tander busying himself with his alchemical productions. Ah, the half-elf looks up at you. Yes? Oh, the summoner hero. What can I do for you?
I was told that you might be the one to speak about crafting potions.
He looks around the shop. Yes, that would be true. And, why would a young lady such as yourself wish to know how to craft potions?
Oh, just to keep myself and my comrades alive. And maybe kill some enemies.
That is definitely some of the uses. I don't normally produce things that kill. He looks around the shop and says in a hushed tone to you, but sometimes I do. I think, as far as saving lives, while we can create some solutions, Father Xantus may be the true one to speak with about that, if you're looking for divine potions. But I could always. He giggles to himself. Huh, I never thought I would see the day. Take up an apprentice. If you would be interested, of course.
That sounds interesting.
Ah, yes. Ah, things most interesting. Tell me, have you ever practiced any alchemy before?
No.
I see. And we do have much to do. I would say for now, feel free to stay and watch. But please, please, until you know the basics, do not attempt any alchemy, for it can be very dangerous, and I would know you can injure yourself. So please feel free to stay and watch.
Well, then I shall definitely do that.
Very good. Then, if you can find a space, feel free to come behind the counter here and we can begin.
Okay. I'll take a seat behind the counter and watch as the alchemist does his alchemy.
All right. A good bit of time passes and you watch him practice his alchemy. He explains a few basics as he proceeds, sometimes trailing off to basically digress a bit. You could tell that he does get lost in thought quite a bit as he starts to ponder the nature of potions and alchemy and the different uses. However, you would remember that you do have a meeting at noon.
Well, this has been very enlightening, but I just remembered that I do have a meeting to attend to.
He looks up from his work. Ah, yes, I do understand. Feel free to come back any time, my dear. It's always a pleasure to have someone with similar interest in town. The rest of these people are so boring. They really don't seem to appreciate my work. They say they're unstable or not useful. But whenever someone needs a thunderstone made, who do they come to?
I suppose you.
You would be right. But please, please, don't let me keep you.
Right. Well, I will definitely return to you next time I'm in town.
Oh, please do.
Kyrie exits solutions.
Okay. By this time, it's starting to reach about noon, and it is about time for your meeting with Sheriff Baylor Hemlock. You can proceed to the town guard and meet with him there.
Can I make a handle animal check for the cat interaction just real quick before we do that?
No, because it's not trained right now.
Okay, cool.
What did Dominicus do for the morning? Just throwing that out there for.
I read that book on Saren Ray that Father Xantus gave me.
Okay.
And how good was it? What
I
would
don't
you give
know.
it out of 10?
I mean, it was a huge tome, so I imagine I didn't read all of it, but you know, I read what I could, found me a nice spot under a tree, and cracked it open, and like read as much as I could before everybody started showing back up.
Did you read the end?
Why would I read the end?
So you know what happens.
Also, no, Senior Win, this isn't a bonus stream. I changed my off day to Thursday, so that we could stream on Friday nights. Yeah, that doesn't
Okay.
give me any information though.
However, after reading, you do feel a little bit closer to Saren Ray after having spent several hours this morning pondering her mysteries, learning about her past, and praying. You can feel that your bond with her is tightening.
Woo. Woo woo.
Okay, so everyone meets up at Sheriff Baylor's office.
Unless somebody came and got Ego, she's gonna stay put because she's engrossed in what she's doing. Sounds like nobody did.
Javier's gonna go get Ego.
I was
He's
about
gonna
to
be
say,
like,
I didn't know I was supposed to, so
he's gonna be like, I wonder if that new girl remembered we have a meeting today. So you stayed in the school, right?
Yeah, I stayed there to read the entire time because my goals are money and more money.
I'm gonna wander in and be like, hey, we're supposed to meet the sheriff in a few minutes. You know, if you're still interested in that.
I suppose I'll put this book back and come back another day if I need to.
Why not take it with you?
Because it doesn't belong to me and dealing isn't right.
Javier shrugs.
Although it would be beneficial, and as long as I bring it back, I don't think he'd have a problem.
Javier says, I'm going to turn around and walk out of the door, and whatever happens, happens.
Okay.
Then he turns
Ego
around
decides.
and walks out the door.
Ego decides to put the book in her bag and leaves a note saying that she'll bring the book back.
All right. Ilsari is already upstairs giving lectures to a group of children. So you may do so ultimately unnoticed.
All right, so I'll quickly catch up with Javier, despite not liking the idea of going anywhere with Javier.
All right. As you pass through the streets with Javier, you see what was once giggling and blushing from girls is now whispers and stares.
Javier waves at them all warmly.
Why are you waving at them? They're obviously looking at me.
Maybe so, but just in case. I don't want to miss any of the ones that are looking at me.
Don't have to worry about that. I assure you they're all after me.
Well, I like to, just in case there's one out of these 100, even one, that's worth it to me.
Yep,
All
no,
right.
not gonna happen.
So, everyone makes it to the town hall where, standing outside, is Sheriff Hemlock. Let's move your marker. He seems to be accompanied by two women, one of whom you know as Mayor Deverin, bring her out here, and one whom you do not know. Let's blow her up a little bit.
She's got pointy ears.
Exactly. You would know that this woman is an elf, which isn't wholly uncommon in this area of town, but she seems to be
No, really? I
a
mean,
bit
our party has one.
but she seems to be a bit stronger than the usual folk you find around here. She does look rather weary for being such a strong person. She looks you over as Baylor greets you. Yes, I see you've made it. Please, please come into the office. We have much to discuss, and not much time. He guides you all into his office there with Mayor Deverin, takes a seat, and asks that you all take a seat as well.
Okay.
All right. Now, I believe introductions are in order. I know you have already met Mayor Kendra Deverin, but I don't feel you have ever had a chance to formally sit down and have a conversation. I've told her much of your deeds, and she is very happy with your work so far, which is part of why I've called you all here. You must meet our unofficial member of Sandpoint's Town Guard, as he gestures towards the young elf woman. She gets a smirk on her face as he mentions that this is Shaylilu Andosa, and she is one of our most valuable assets here in Sandpoint. She keeps us privy of all of the news of the goblins around the area, for I don't know what we would do without her. You can tell that her smirk grows. And Shaylilu, please meet Sandpoint's newest crop of goblin slayers, as he gestures towards each one of you.
Hello.
My name is Javier Felipe Juarez. Encantado, madame.
She looks quizzically at you. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a few good things about you, that you might know how to handle a goblin or two.
Indeed, madam. What you've heard is true. I have helped, dispense of a goblin or two in my day. And by my day, I mean the past week.
Yes, there's been much going on in the past week. Sheriff Baylor interrupts. Yes, I feel that you could indeed learn a few things from Shaylulu. Few in this region know more about goblins than she. In fact, she's been a thorn in the side of the local goblin tribes for many years. And really, Sandpoint hasn't been the only place in this region that has many goblin troubles. In fact, judging from her reports and her sudden return, there's been an increase in goblin-related raids along the Lost Coast, particularly, where did you say now, Shaylulu? In the dale between the Nettlewood and Mosswood? Troubling matters indeed. Shaylulu interjects. Why yes, only a day ago, a farm south of the Mosswood was burned to the ground by a group of goblins. However, thankfully I was there to rescue the family and drive off the goblins, but unfortunately, their whole farm was destroyed. I was able to safely return them to a nearby farm where they are staying, but I fear that this goblin problem is not going away. Ah, yes. You may be right about that, Shaylulu. Unfortunately.
So this is a meeting in which you hope for us to go out and take care of this goblin problem then.
Well, perhaps we could use you at the moment. I don't know, for we've only just met, and there is much to discuss, and much you must know before you are quite ready to handle the goblin tribes. For, as I have said, Baylor has told me of your work against the goblins, and well done. I've dedicated the last several years of my life to keeping them from causing too much trouble around these parts, but they are very tenacious and fecund little runts, like weeds that bite. In
So why don't
fact,
we take care of the weeds that bite at the
oh,
root?
it is not quite so simple, you see. It is not just a group of goblins. There are in fact 5 major goblin tribes in this region, and traditionally, they're pretty good at keeping each other in line, with intertribal squabbles and the like. Yet, lately, from what I've been able to piece together, members of all 5 tribes were involved in the raid on Sandpoint. A fair number of the Mosswood goblins I dealt with yesterday were already pretty beat up, and there was a lot of chatter about Longshanks, who killed so many of them. Now that I've met you, it seems quite obvious from their descriptions who they're talking about, and it seems like you've made an impression. But, in any event, the fact that the 5 goblin tribes are working together disturbs me. Goblin tribes don't get along unless they've got something big planned, and big plans require big bosses. I'm afraid that someone's moved in on the goblins and organized them, and judging by these recent raids, what they're organizing seems like bad news for all of us.
Where do these goblins primarily reside in the region?
Out of
That
character, she just explained there's 5 different tribes, so they have 5 different locations.
Yes, but if
So
they're
primarily residing in one location is
no
impossible to say.
out of character, If one person's controlling them all, then they're probably in a central location between all the tribes. So if we know a general locale for, like, even just like that forest over there or something like that, we can kind of figure out where they're, all. But anyway.
Yes, I won't bore you with all of those details, for I understand that Baylor and Devrin are both very busy people. Perhaps if we met for dinner tonight, I could describe a bit more about these tribes. I, today, or at least at this meeting, wanted to greet you and state that I do hear of your work, and I feel that we could be very useful to each other. Where might you be staying these nights?
I stay usually with my parents, but there was trouble at the Rusty Dragon, so I've been staying there the past, well, last night.
I
Very
stay
well.
at the White Stallion.
The White Stag.
The White Stag.
A very nice inn. A few less rabble-rousers than at the Rusty Dragon, but they can be fun at times.
Yes, but when I'm ready to sleep, it's time to sleep.
Well, I do have much to tell you. I understand it is a bit of a walk, but I would suggest we all agree on a meeting place.
Oh, we can go to the Rusty Dragon. I was just saying.
Very good. Then the Rusty Dragon tonight. Meet me there, and I will explain in much more detail about these goblin tribes. Yes, Belor agrees. We do have much work to do, and I do have matters to attend to outside of Sandpoint. Shaylilu, after your meeting with the heroes, perhaps you could sniff around the Shankswood, Brine Stump, Mosswood, Devil's Platter, and of course the other goblin hideouts, and see if you can discover anything else. And you, heroes, perhaps you could maintain your public presence here in Sandpoint over the next few days, if you don't mind. For you see, the locals here seem to have taken to you, and seeing you around town do quite a lot of keeping worries down over the next few days. Especially in my absence. For you see, I must travel down to Magnamar in order to retrieve some reinforcements. I'm afraid that our town guard alone cannot stand up against this goblin menace, or whatever worse may be lurking in the shadows, as Shaylilu suggests. Shaylilu nods towards Baylor. It will be done.
I have no problem with staying put. Just means that I work a little bit more.
Max.
Javier's definitely at least getting the full week. That full free week out of the White Stag. So I think, yeah, he's definitely in town for at least 4 to 5 more days.
Very good. Then it's settled. Baylor slaps the desk. Now, I must make my trek, for the day is already getting late and I don't have much time.
Very well, sir. I have a meeting to attend to myself. So, tonight then.
Shaylilu, heroes.
Indeed.
Everyone gets up and walks off. You have several hours until your meeting with Shaylilu at the Rusty Dragon Inn.
since I have the book, I'm going to go to the Rusty Dragon and read there.
Javier is going to go back to the White Stag for a second and try to get the cat to like come. I don't know, be more friendly. Like want to follow him around town.
He's all about this. That
Come with
takes
him.
forever.
That's okay.
All right. Everyone's basically going to spend the rest of the day doing
Oh,
the same thing as the morning, I assume.
well, yeah, but I'm going to go back to the school for my meeting with the dude. I just want to go mess with the cat some more before I do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be reading my book some more.
Very
Yeah, I
good.
guess I'm gonna go back to the alchemist and watch him do more stuff.
Okay. All right. Then everyone is either studying or apprenticing. Javier, you spend some time with the cat, working on creating a bond between you two.
Indeed.
All right.
How does it go? Is it fine? Are we cool? Me and the cat?
It seems to just be a normal day between you and the cat.
Okay. Let's see if I can bring it to my meeting with the wizard guy at the school.
However, it does not wish to leave the inn.
Okay, that's fine. I still have to keep that appointment.
All right.
So I guess I'll just go without the cat.
Okay. You return back to the Tarandarok Academy. You can see that as you arrive, children are leaving out of the academy, heading home, laughing and giggling to each other, discussing the topics of the day and other games that they enjoy playing. Ilsari is downstairs, reviewing his notes.
So I'm just gonna walk up and say, "Hello, sir. I've come for our appointment."
Ah, you remembered, did you?
Indeed, it's this is a very important meeting to me. I had a dream the other night, so, and in my dream, I was with my friends, the other adventurers, of course, and Kathos, the Eidolon. Um, and we were fighting an enemy of great power, and one by one, my friends fell around me. And in this one moment, I felt I had to do something, and I had nothing to do. So I think um, I think I need to learn to be a bit more diverse in my spellcasting, if you will.
I see. A troubling dream indeed. What kind of diversity are you looking for?
I wish to learn the ways of the arcane spellcaster like you, sir.
I see. Well, my lessons do not come for free, for you see, I am a busy man. You, still being the hero of the town despite some of your deeds, are welcome to enjoy some of my literature, but if you are asking for personal lessons, I will have to charge you.
And how much do your lessons cost, sir? I have a few days left in town.
We will say that a day's worth of lessons is worth 2 gold apiece.
Very well. I would like one lesson per day for at least the next week.
So be it.
And I'll pay you up front. So I pull out 14 gold and give it over.
He takes the 14 gold.
Actually,
Very
I give
well.
him 7. I give him 7. I say half now and half, at the end of the training. Just to hold you to your word, sir.
I see. I don't have to give you these lessons, you know.
That's true. So would you like all of the gold now? Is that what you're saying?
At the risk of keeping you around a bit more, I would say yes.
Very well, sir. You drive a hard bargain, but I will give it up front in total. And perhaps there's more to be made if I am extra satisfied at the end of this week.
I want nothing to do with your satisfactions. This will strictly be an educational endeavor.
Of course, sir. Well, shall we begin now?
Very well, let us begin. He takes you to another room inside of the academy where there are several tomes that seem to be glowing with an almost magical energy. He pulls out one, a little more mundane than the others, and begins reading aloud to you. He starts off with simple spells such as cantrips, begins to show you some of the different methods he uses, different motions, tones of voice, and the use of various other materials to cast these spells. You spend several
Javier,
hours with him. Go ahead.
Javier is absolutely enthralled the entire time.
Despite his obvious distaste for having to teach you, you can tell he rather enjoys being able to practice his magic, though he tries not to show it.
Out of character. Is Javier trying to add a level of an arcane caster?
Out of character, yes.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah. I feel like we need a little bit more DPS. Also out of character, can I take a quick bio?
Yeah, we can do that real quick.
Yeah, we can do a little 5-edit.
Okay, we can wrap this bit of RP up though first, if you want.
Yeah. We'll just assume that for the next couple hours you study with him and then everyone meets up at the Rusty Dragon.
Okay, perfect.
Unless if anyone else has anything other than their training.
Before the meeting begins, I'd like to return the book
Okay,
so I don't get in trouble with them.
very good. You see that Ilsari is not in the same library as before, but you do hear what sounds like some kind of spell casting happening from a side room.
I'll just put the book where it belongs and move along.
Okay, very good. Let's see, did anyone else need any other names? Perhaps, Kyrie, you probably want... Oh, my shoulder.
So we taking a quick break?
Disc Tander. Yeah.
All right, we will be right back, everybody. Go ahead and put on a little bit of wait music while we all take a little break, and we will see y'all shortly.
your face is all wet. You just drank water, didn't you? Crazy cat. Don't you encourage him.
I'll encourage him all I want. The meow me getting.
Right? It's all fun and games till the meow apocalypse starts.
Who said I don't want the meow apocalypse?
I don't want it, is what it is. Because he'll do that. Walk in like once every 20-30 minutes. Meow. Just checking to see if you're here.
Meow. I have a few things that I want to create, but like Ring of Sustenance is like one of the top ones that I want, but I can't do that till level 7.
Oh. I mean, it is a really good item.
Yep.
So I understand.
I also want the amazing tools of manufacture.
Yeah.
And I'd like to create a item that gives positives to crafting skills.
Crazy freaking crafters.
And then there's a few other things that I want to make. The first thing I think I'm gonna make is a Inuan torch. It's an Inuan stone with persisting flaming cast on it. So it's a stone that floats around your head, giving you light.
Yeah.
It's just like a torch, but you don't have to have your hands be occupied to use it.
Well, you're talking about the ion stones.
I thought it was pronounced Inuan.
Ion?
Ion stone. That's
Okay,
the way I've
fine.
always heard it.
I don't care how you pronounce it. That's what I'm talking
Somebody got
about.
a fan going on, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I was just wondering where the wind was coming from.
I know that's at least the way that Liches pronounces it. And dear God, is he a stickler for that stuff.
Yeah. Well, and like, in Baldur's Gate and stuff, all those D&D games, they pronounce it Ion.
Is that
Anyway,
better for the fan?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a big deal before. I was just wondering where it was coming from.
Well, most of the time I have my mute button pressed anyway. But
Alright.
I was getting lazy and drunk.
If you're using the app, you can do push to talk.
I have a button on my actual headset.
Oh, nice. I'm not fancy like that.
it's Eidolon, not Eidolon.
Eidolon. Eidolon.
Edelon.
Sounds like a banana.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely Eidolon.
Also, that was definitely a typo. And Osana. Thank you, Liches.
Sana, and
Yeah. Shay Lulu. All right.
Let's go.
Moving on. Baylor, get out of here. Devon, get out of here. So everyone meets up at the Rusty Dragon for dinner. And you see that Shay Lulu is already sitting at a table with a meal in front of her. She looks up to the party. I see that you've made it. Please, sit down. We have much to discuss.
Ego will take a seat.
Yeah, I assume we were all taking seats.
Yeah, I'm taking a seat.
All right. She quickly begins setting down her food. Now, about the goblin tribes. As I mentioned before, there are 5 major goblin tribes in this region. Let me describe them to you. First, you have the bird cruncher goblins. These are the closest to Sandpoint. They live in the caves along the western edge of Devil's Platter. Traditionally, these are the least aggressive of all of the goblins. Normally, there's not much to say about them. And then, to the south, you have the lick-toad goblins. They live in the brine stump marsh. These goblins are typically good swimmers. However, they are not quite as tame as the bird crunchers normally are. Moving on to the east, in the Shankswood, you have the seven-tooth goblins. They have secured a place for themselves by raiding Sandpoint's junkyard and rebuilding the stolen refuse into armor and weapons. These are very resourceful goblins. Even further east, however, you have the Mosswood goblins.
Is that you pinging in Ego's color, or is that Ego just pinging?
That's just
Ego.
Ego.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing as to where they're at.
Oh, this is just in Sandpoint. I can move you over to the map of Rizia if you'd like. It doesn't fully show all of those regions. I'll find you a better map. But Sandpoint is here. So you can see that these regions she's talking about are actually a good ways outside of Sandpoint. In fact, she explains that she normally stays out for seasons at a time, exploring these areas.
Well, bird crunchers are supposedly to the west. The only thing I see to the west was that cave-like thing at the north.
Not the west of Sandpoint, my dear. Along the western edge of Devil's Platter. Which would be this mountainous region to the north.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay. Well, please continue.
Don't get too hung up on these actual locations. The thing now that we must understand is that we are merely describing the goblin tribes. You are far from ready to come out on an expedition with me. In fact, I do most of my work alone. But perhaps, after Baylor's need for you in Sandpoint is done, you could come out and we could explore some of these regions. Perhaps take out some of these goblins, she says with a tone of disgust.
We could definitely help you with that.
Indeed, that would be a pleasure. But, continuing on, even further east than the Shankswood, leading into the Mosswood, you have the aptly named Mosswood Goblins. They are the largest tribe, but traditionally, they are held back by feuding families within their own ranks. They normally, while being large, can't seem to organize themselves quite so well. And then, of course, finally, you have the last group, the Thistletop Goblins. They live in the Nettlewood coast, atop a small island that some say holds a passing resemblance to a decapitated head. Now, these goblin tribes, they do have some interesting and, dare I say, unique goblins that live within each tribe, which is typically a rare occurrence. For you see, goblins typically live a very short and violent life. It's unusual for a single goblin to achieve any real measure of notoriety, but when one does, it's usually well earned. She shudders at the thought of them earning any notoriety. Currently, there are 6 goblins in the region that enjoy the status of hero. Big Gugmut is one of them. He's an unusually muscular and tall goblin from the Mosswood, who, it is said, had a hobgoblin for a mother and a boar for a father.
Javier laughs. He laughs so hard beer comes out of his nose.
Shaylulu looks to him. Yes, it may sound funny, but he is a terrible sight.
Doesn't
I
sound like
believe that,
anything I want to
judging by...
watch.
Indeed, I believe that, judging by his family tree thus far.
Truly, he's a despicable creature, a bastard of many horrible things. But the Seven-Toothed tribe, as we spoke of earlier, the ones that live in the eastern Shankwood,
You
they
said
have a
those... pardon me,
yes,
madam, but you said of these goblins that they are the most cunning of all of them?
the most cunning. You mean the Seven-Tooth?
Yes.
They are indeed resourceful, for that can be told by their champion, Caruvus. Caruvius himself is well known for his short temper and his prized magic longsword, of human size, of course, that he stubbornly keeps as his own, despite the fact that it is much too large for him to properly wield. Caruvis, however, seems to have vanished several months ago, after he, as the goblins say, discovered a secret hideout in the cave along the cliffs. But the goblins rumor that he is still out there, perhaps a ghost, or even worse, waiting to murder any other goblin who dares to try and discover his hideout. Why he is hiding, however, is unknown.
That
It is as
doesn't
great a
sound
mystery
so
to the
horrible
goblins
for
as
us.
but I fear what he might actually be doing. I agree that his lack of presence is good.
Well, I thought just killing other goblins was good for us as well.
But perhaps if he's been keeping a low profile away from his village, it's because he could potentially be the organizer of these allied attacks.
Indeed, he could be up to no good, especially one as resourceful as Caruvus.
Please tell us about the other goblin heroes, as it were.
Yes, heroes. For next up, there is Vorka. Vorka is a notorious goblin cannibal who lives in the Brine Stump Marsh. Now, this one I would dare to call a hero, mostly for the goblins other than the Licktoad tribe in the south from which he hails. As one can imagine in the goblin power struggles, one's own leader destroying his own people and consuming them would be a good thing.
He kills and consumes his own people, though?
Yes, he is a well-known cannibal.
Well, that's always nice, now isn't it?
He's truly a despicable beast.
Perhaps we could make him an ally.
Or we could just
Ally,
kill him.
Perhaps we could make him meet an untimely end.
I
Well,
want nothing more.
my thinking is just that if he's going to eat other goblins, he's going to kill other goblins, and this would be useful to us.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to want to work with us very much, though, considering he eats his own people.
Yeah, he eats the people that support him. Can we
Yes.
trust such a character?
I would certainly not trust any goblin as far as I can throw them.
Well, I'm not exactly pleased with the goblins either, but anything that leads to more dead goblins is a good thing, is it not?
Indeed.
Ma'am, I've never seen you throw a goblin. Therefore, I have no basis for comparison of how much you trust them.
Well, perhaps the next goblin would describe this. This goblin could certainly not be thrown more than a foot. For the chieftain of the Brine Stump goblins is Rendwaddle Gutwad. This one is their true chieftain. He is a corpulent monster,
Corpulent, very
who,
corpulent.
it is said, never leaves his throne. This obese bastard of a goblin stays and would rather send out his minions to do his dirty work.
So he's so fat that he's stuck in his chair.
Stuck I
That's
do not
exactly
know.
what I was thinking.
Like President Taft?
Too soon.
Get out. She continues. Next, the leader of the Thistletop Goblins is Rip Nugget. Rip Nugget controls what the other 5 tribes agree is honestly the best lair. For he is not known particularly for his own deeds so much as his quarters, his base, his lair. Which there's a lot to be said for that.
I mean, right?
And finally, the last of them is Bruthazimus. He is an infamous bugbear ranger who lives in the northern Nettlewood and often visits the other 5 tribes to trade things he's stolen from caravans for alcohol, news, or even magic arrows.
A bugbear, you say?
Oh, a bugbear indeed. He has a particular hatred of elves, and
There was
have fought on many an occasion. However, one of us has never managed to get the upper hand. But I swear, one of these days, I will take him down, and I will never be the first to fall to this vile bugbear. But this is all that I know at the moment, at least of the goblin tribes. She reaches into her nearby backpack. Mayor Devon wanted me to give this to you, perhaps to help give you something to do here in town. She pulls out a small satchel. 500 gold for the group, and tosses it down on the table.
Dominicus dives on it.
To everyone?
To the heroes. Spend it how you wish, but she asked that you use it in, hopefully, defense of the town. And she did make a promise that if you do a good job, there is much more where this came from.
So what's that, like 120 GP per everybody?
Eat
Alright.
or 125 because there's 4.
Yeah, 125, that's it.
Okay. At that, she looks around and says, "That is at least the last of which I have to discuss. I do have to be up at dawn. Unless if there's anything else you need of me, I must retire and leave early in the morning."
I think we have quite a bit of information to go on already, so we won't hold you any longer unless anybody else has any questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
This Caruvis, where was he last rumored to have been seen?
Caruvis. You mean in the caves?
Yes, he said he has a secret hideout. I'm wondering if you know anything about perhaps what region that may be in at all, even a general direction or area, maybe?
It wouldn't be much of a secret if I knew, now would it? For all I know, it is somewhere east of here, past the Shankswood. That is indeed what I am trying to find out. After I complete my mission, I will definitely return with that knowledge, hopefully with a few goblins' heads as well.
And what is your current mission?
I must go and continue my scouting. This is not normal goblin behavior. Typically, they do cause trouble, especially in the outer towns. It is my job to maintain that, find out what the goblins are doing, and stop them if need be. But as we spoke before, there is something amiss. for we know that these goblin tribes themselves would not be able to stage such a raid, and I fear that there may be more.
Perhaps we could come along with you on your scouting, since you seem to know a lot more about this. And, you know, it sounds like these goblins are quite powerful.
Perhaps in the
Unfortunately,
future.
unfortunately, we were already told that we want to be here so that we don't cause a panic for leaving.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I don't feel it would be safe to leave the town unguarded by either the sheriff or by the heroes.
And
Perhaps once we know more.
the sheriff also mentioned taking off to get reinforcements. So perhaps after he comes back, we can we can do some scouting or possibly catch up with her.
Another time then.
Yes, indeed, another time. She nods to each of you, finishes up her food, gets up and walks off to her room.
So, Dominicus, am I going to get a cut of that money?
Of course. I give everybody their 125.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. At this point, for the sake of time, I'm going to say that we can time lapse 2 days if anyone has any tasks that they would like to do.
Totes.
I'd like to just continue my wizard training and playing with the cat.
I'm gonna go around and, look for anybody who might be hurt, offer my healing services, and in the meantime, read my book.
Okay. You find that Father Xantus is actually quite happy to see that you are assisting in his clerical duties, and he happily puts you to work, aiding some of the still injured folks who are staying at the cathedral.
Not a problem. Should I roll a heal check?
We'll just assume you had enough time to do it.
Yeah, I was about to say, because my heal check's like insane, so.
Yeah, that's fine. You had 2 days to take care of it.
Yeah, that's more than enough time. To at least do patchwork and, basic healing.
Okay.
2 days until what? I'm sorry,
Also, I guess I'm gonna go while we're doing all of this. I'm gonna go watch The Alchemist again and
Okay.
try to learn more about potions.
Kyrie trains with the alchemist. Ego, did you have anything to do during the 2 days?
well, I'm trying to understand why we're waiting 2 days.
Rather than literally just RP out 2 days, I'd rather just time lapse this so we can get things moving.
Okay. I suppose just going back to work for my master for a couple of days.
Okay. Go ahead
Speaking of
and.
which,
Mhm.
when do I collect the salary?
That was going to be my next thing. Go ahead and add 6 gold for working at the Red Dog Smithy.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Everyone wakes up on the 3rd day. It seems like a normal morning. until everyone is approached early in the morning during breakfast by a female halfling. She's a rather timid and elderly halfling. She approaches the party and introduces herself as Bethana Corwin. Bethana, she explains, is a maid who works for a Mako Kaijitsu at the Rusty Dragon. Perhaps you've seen her, perhaps not, due to her short stature. She seems very upset and speaks in a hurried and frantic manner. Please, she explains, please come with me to one of the back rooms here. I have something very important to discuss with you. Please hurry.
Javier follows her.
She brings the party back into one of the kitchen rooms in the Rusty Dragon. I don't know if you've noticed something, but
Where's Amako?
exactly. A Mako is missing, and I thought it a bit weird. So, against perhaps my better judgment, I went into her room this morning, and I found that her bed was unslept in. And on the floor, I found this note. She holds up a crumpled piece of paper and hands it to one of the party members.
Ego will quickly grab that and read it aloud.
You notice that this letter, on the front of it, is written in a language that you don't quite understand, but you have heard spoken before. Let me actually tell you what, let me get out of this map. Meow. Meowpocalypse.
Meow.
Everyone go ahead and roll me a wisdom check.
I have linguistics.
You can roll linguistics. Okay.
Blech.
It's oddly familiar. You seem to remember hearing this. Especially Javier. You remember hearing this before, during a certain outburst from an old man. This language you identify as Minkayan. Bethana explains, look, I've translated it on the back. Just flip it over.
Okay, I share that the language is Minkayan, and I read it aloud to the party. It says, "Hello, sis. I hope this letter finds you well and with some free time on your hands, because we've got something of a problem. It's to do with Father. Seems that he might have had something to do with Sandpoint's recent troubles with the goblins, and I didn't want to bring the matter to the authorities because we both know he'd just weasel his way out of it. You've got some pull here in town, though. If you... I can't quite read that word. What does it
Can.
say?
Can.
Oh, if you can meet me at the Glassworks at midnight tonight, and... Wait, hang on. I'm sorry, it's a little small on my
You want me to
screen.
enlarge it?
I can read
Yes,
it.
please.
Maybe we can figure out how to make
There you
sure
go.
he faces the punishment he deserves. Knock twice and then 3 times more and then once more at the delivery entrance and I'll let you in. In any case, I don't have to impress upon you the delicate nature of this request. If news got out, You know these local rubes would assume that you and I were in on the whole thing too, don't you? They've got no honor at all around these parts. I still don't understand how you can stand to stay here. Anyway, don't tell anyone about this. There are other complications as well. Ones I'd rather talk to you in person about tonight. Don't be late. Tu- Tutsu. Tutsu.
Suto,
Suto. Yeah, that.
Vidana corrects you. Yes, Suto, her estranged brother. For I don't know if you know the Kaijitsu history, but it is a strained one at best. You see, Lonjiku, the disgruntled man you met before, he had a wife, Atsui. She was the mother of Tsuto. However, Lonjiku, much to his shame, was never the father, and he never found out who the real father was of Tsuto. It was plainly obvious when he was born, a half-elf, to an elf family. This was kept a secret from Ameko, unfortunately, until she was 10. She then began to visit him, who he was sent away just to keep the shame out of the family. She began to visit him and spend a lot of time with him previously, until, as she explained, they got into a rather large fight. Then they went their separate ways for several years. Ameko learned most of her adventuring skills, and came back into town after hearing news of Atsui's death. Suto, however, had begun spreading rumors at that time that Lonchiku, his father, had pushed Atsui off a cliff and killed her in cold blood. Needless to say, this put a rather strained relationship on their already strained family. Indeed, they began to fight, things got physical, and Suto had disappeared. He's been gone ever since, for over a year now.
Well, do we have any idea where they might be meeting?
I believe he
The
said
Glassworks.
at the Glassworks, yes. I'm so worried about Ameko, especially with the kind of trouble that she's had with her family before. It's not like her to just disappear and be gone this long. Please, I urge you, can you try to find Ameko? Please, at least just make sure she's okay.
Yes, I suppose that we should do this with haste.
I'm headed there immediately.
Javier's going as well.
Yep, rolling out.
Oh, thank you, heroes. I don't know what I'd do without you. What this town would do without you.
Ego doesn't even address it, just starts to move.
Well, hopefully we won't ever have to find that out. In the meantime, we're going to go get this done.
Okay.
Isn't it like midday though?
It's actually still fairly early in the morning.
Yeah.
Javier's gonna actually want to make his lesson since he paid for it. But he'll be ready to go afterwards.
I'm gonna head over to this Glassworks place and kind of like scope it out from the outside, just walk around, you know, nonchalantly.
All right.
Ego will go with Dominicus.
If everyone can go to their journal real quick, you will see that there's a new handout called Note from Suto.
So that we know the proper knocks.
Exactly. So everyone now has access to that, just to kind of show you the handout system here.
Well, I guess me taking notes over here is kind of pointless.
Lol.
It's not necessarily pointless, but at least this way you don't have to like memorize the whole friggin' note. Since in theory it is actually in your inventory. Alright. Everyone go ahead and add 300 experience for spending 3 days practicing your crafts.
Eh,
Whoop.
Alright.
So that's like 1700 EXP all the way so far.
Yeah, we're getting there.
How
Alright,
much was it
100, huh?
again?
300 experience.
Okay.
So 230 short of level 3.
Alright. Can everyone currently see the glassworks? And we lost someone. Oh,
Yeah, I can't see
I see a
anything.
black screen with us standing there.
excellent.
I don't even see us standing there.
Let's do this.
I just see myself.
How about now?
Yay.
That's
I
better.
see something in my bottom left-hand corner. Oh, there I see us. Yes.
Okay. But y'all can't see into the middle, can you?
Nope.
No.
The light
Good.
casting is working.
Perfect. Alright. You find yourself at the glassworks. There's a large plume of smoke coming out from the top of it. However, you notice that all of the curtains seem to be drawn on the windows, and there are no merchants traveling between the glassworks, which Ego would know is a little strange, as this place is usually quite busy.
Javier's looking in each window as he passes by.
You can tell that all of the windows have been securely shut and all light has been blocked off from the outside.
Dominicus is gonna check this door.
The door is securely locked.
How can you even tell what's a door?
Because it's got a line going through it and a path leading directly to it.
Yeah, you should see a little bit of white on the doors.
Javier's going to reach the original starting point after making a full lap around the building and suggest breaking one of the windows and going inside like that.
I'm gonna go check this door down here.
That door is also locked shut.
I don't seem to be able to find any way into this godforsaken building.
Is there a sign that says deliveries?
There are no signs for that. However, you feel that anyone who had business here would know which entrance to take. And if there were a sign, it would have been already taken down.
Javier's going to wander to the. Is this stairs right here?
Let's break this window.
Should we
And
try
no, that's a little
knocking?
hut. Do what?
Should we try knocking?
We do have a 50-50 chance.
We have a 100% chance of getting in if we break the window.
That's breaking and entering and destruction of private property.
The sheriff sent us here.
Not to destroy the building.
And the sheriff didn't actually send us here,
Hey,
technically.
we're working for him, so he's got our back.
No, actually, we're working for the barmaid currently.
That's okay.
Because
And the
we
sheriff.
don't even. She could have gone to the other inn and decided to get drunk at the other inn rather than go to work today. We don't know that she actually even came here.
Well, I can't say I'd
not
believe
like-
her if that's what she did.
It's not like her family was exactly all that great to her the last time we saw our family with her.
Javier's gonna look around for a rock. Like a pretty decent sized rock.
It seems that the others are in agreement as to going knocking on the door. And it won't hurt us to try it.
Dominicus is gonna do the knocks.
Alright. You knock on the door. And you wait. And you wait.
Yeah, let's try the other door.
However, it is not too hard to find a rock.
Javier's gonna pick this big ass rock up right here and lag behind the others as they look for the other door. And then when they're all over there, he's gonna move right here and just break this fucking window. Just right there. He's just gonna whack, like smash it with the rock.
Ego will knock.
Alright. Starting off with Ego. Ego, you knock on the door. And nothing happens. Javier, are you breaking the window?
Yes.
The rock shatters through the glass. And you hear a terrible shriek inside. And then silence.
What did he do now?
Javier's going to scream and alert the rest of the party that he's found a way in. And then he's going to pick up another rock. Over here. That one. He's going to come over to the broken window.
That's enough. We don't
He's
need
like,
any
oh my
more
god,
rocks.
guys. Oh my god, look guys, like I have no idea what happened, but this window's open now. So he casts light on the rock and throws it inside.
The rock passes behind the curtain, shining light into the room. Find a stupid rock token.
And add a 30-foot light radius on it. Gotta make it difficult.
Except for he doesn't have to. Because we can't actually see through the curtain yet.
It's true.
But when we move the curtain,
When we enter
we'll
the room,
see
yes.
everything.
But until then, he doesn't have to do it.
Oh, I guess I could hang on to the rock.
No.
No, I'm tossing it in.
Okay, I'm going to send Kathos through the window first.
Can't actually get in through window.
Hold on.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Everybody hold your places.
Hold on.
All right. Kathos, as you step through the window, revealing the inside of the building, a very familiar weapon comes swinging at you. Everyone roll initiative. Actually, give me 1 second. Let
Yeah,
me
saw
add
that
everyone in
coming.
here. Hold on. Do this first. All right, everyone roll initiative.
Yeah, you're gonna have to add hers manually.
Look at that killer roll, you guys.
I can manually add them.
Yeah, that's fine.
One less thing for you to have to do.
As you can see, I got a few things to set up here.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Sense motive check on the bard for his believable performance at not throwing a rock through a window we just walked past.
What are you trying to sense? Or are you just being silly?
Sense motive is countered by his bluff. He lied. I didn't believe him since I had just walked past the window and suddenly it's broken. I'm distrustful of the bard, especially since he called me soulless.
Because you're a ginger.
Well, I'm also a ginger who believes in revenge
Ginger.
and the revenge god. And I get my powers from the revenge god.
Alright.
This is about to hurt.
Kathos, you step through the window only to have a dog slicer come swinging in your direction.
Nope.
It's a 14 hit. Alright. Also, several pieces of glass come hurling in your direction. Some of them standard dinner plates, some of them vases, various objects and ornaments.
Just flinging crap at Kathos. Filthy little goblins.
One of them lands. Amidst all of the shattering, eventually one piece of glass lands true and nails Kathos directly in the face, dealing 3 damage to her as the glass shatters and cuts his face. Combat
Bastards.
begins.
Bastard ass little bastards.
The first goblin steps forward, wielding a pair of tongs which are still holding molten glass. "14 does not hit. The goblin shrieks, yelling out loud in goblin, "Longshank! At the window!" The next goblin hurls another piece of glass from a nearby table. And misses. The goblin wielding the dog slicer swings again at Kathos and misses. Ego.
What you gonna do?
Sorry, I didn't realize I had myself muted.
Oh.
I still haven't had any response to my sense motive for the bluff.
Oh yeah.
Javier, bluff
Javier,
check.
roll a bluff.
Okay, one sec.
And as I had narrated before, Ego couldn't see anything past Kathos at the time, so she moved to C and then went, "Oh goody, goblins. So glad we broke this window."
Fail.
Yeah. She is not pleased with the bard.
You can see right through Javier.
And I bet you expect me to defend you. after doing that.
Are you saying that too, Javier?
Yes,
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Eagle will hold her attack first for one of the goblins to come outside. So that would be her turn.
Okay. Next goblin steps up, standing above the light stone. There we go. And swings its dog slicer at the new creature who has stepped through the window. And misses. Dominicus.
Dominicus steps forward and raises his hand, a paw from his cloak in the name of Saren Ray. Says a short prayer and then lays his hands on Kathos. Going for
You
a.
can't. It's an outsider.
I can do this. Hold on. I give him guidance.
That you can do.
That is the end of my turn.
Wunderbar.
Sorry, I interrupted. I thought you said lay on hands, and I thought healing spell.
No, when I say I lay my hands on them, it's because it's a touch spell.
Yeah, I realized that since lay on hands is a paladin spell.
Kathos, I believe a 16 hit you, right?
Nope.
I could have sworn Kathos had 15 last week.
Yeah, that was before we got the level, though. Was the last time
What
that we had to do
level?
an armor check. Level 2.
Last week it was still level 2.
I know. He's still level 2 right now. I think what you're thinking of is before we got the level, it was 15. Whenever he got a level, it goes up to 17.
Alright,
His natural
so
armor boost is a +2 for leveling. I can send you the Eidolon link.
that's fine. We're just gonna roll with that. 16 just barely misses. As the piece of glass, what would have been a window pane for another resident here in town, goes sailing and smashes into the wall, littering broken glass all over the floor. Kathos.
Alright. Kathos is going to swing at the goblin in front of him and attack with claws.
Okay, I'm gonna use.
And I'm going to use my guidance.
Okay.
Boom! Crit!
Well, not necessarily a crit, it's a 16 plus 4. Alright, however, both do land. You deal 5 damage in your first swing, tearing a hole in the goblin, 7 damage in your next swing. As you tear off its head, the goblin falls dead. Which one were you attacking? Record. The goblin falls down in a pile of glass.
Yeah, and then Can Keithus take a 5-foot step back out of the window? Since, bazillion goblins.
It's technically not a 5-foot step since it's difficult terrain to try and climb through a window, but you can move backwards, which would enact an attack of opportunity. It's not like you just step out of it. You have to, like, crawl out of the window.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Starting off with the goblin with the tongs. Swings the molten glass and misses. The next goblin swings with his dog slicer and misses. They curse you aloud in goblin. Exclaiming that your mother was an otherworldly dog.
Horse. Filthy goblin horse.
Okay. You hear a loud smashing coming from the window directly to your west.
It says north is over here.
Oh dear God. Directly to your south.
There we go.
Yeah. Forget this map is turned around. You can see a goblin's head poking out from the window as it looks at you with beady red eyes. Again, you hear another loud crash as
They're
another
coming through the
window
windows.
shatters, pouring glass all in front of the windows. You can see again another angry goblin's head pokes out. Shortly after, another piece of glass comes sailing through the air at Kyrie and flies off onto the beach behind her. Kyrie?
Alright, I'm gonna walk to the other side of the group and ready crossbow for any approaching goblins.
Okay. Javier?
Javier's going to step back and then use weird vibrations. He's gonna strum the harp, strum it up, get ready to go, and he's gonna sing. He's gonna sing a little song to the goblins. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on now. I hear you breaking down. And then he's going to take the low light vision evolution and recommend to Ego that since she is also a human, she should probably learn to see in the dark. because I don't know how useful my light spell is going to be in this place.
Where are you going, Bard?
I'm not going anywhere.
Certainly looks like you're retreating.
I took a few steps back.
Oh, now you want to take a few steps back and take
Why don't
your
you worry
time.
about what the goblins are doing and not what I'm doing? Since we're on the
Because-
same side.
Because you're the one who threw the rock through the window?
Because clearly your efforts to get inside were fruitful.
They might have been if somebody hadn't thrown a rock through a window.
Well, that doesn't really matter now, does it?
You guys are
Speaking
awesome.
of throwing a rock through the window,
Well,
just then, a very familiar rock comes sailing out of the window and nails Kathos in the head.
ooh. Is it the one with light on it?
It definitely is. And dings Kathos right on the temple, dealing 2 damage. You hear cheering from inside.
That's hilarious, by the way.
Again, more glass comes sailing out of the window. This time, Ego does an 18 hit. I'm gonna say it does. I'm pretty sure it does.
Well, given that I have the weird vibrations, I could take the defense one of that.
I think that one
Keyword could
requires
have.
you to be like a higher
Yeah,
level.
and we took so much time to actually give a chance to pick those things out. So, fine, it hits me.
Well, no, I mean
I won't even check the fucking thing out.
the natural armor one. I think you have to be a higher level to get, or it costs like more points than that gives you, because that only gives you 1
Nope.
point, right?
It says
It's
you can
1
take
point
it once.
evolutions.
It says you, yeah, and it says you can take it once for every 5 levels you possess.
And it's part of the first one.
Yeah, and it's a 1 point. And that's all we get until I'm like level 4.
But sure, it can hit. How much damage?
Alright, let's just be sure to pick our things a little more quickly. I understand. It went pretty quick.
Yeah, we just need to like bookmark that page.
How much damage? Because I don't really. My character doesn't want to fucking take anything from the bard right now anyway.
First off, before we continue, which weird vibrations are you taking, if any?
None.
You gonna deny the weird vibrations?
Yep.
Okay. Three damage. As glass cuts you deeply as it sails through the air, hitting you in a chink between your armor.
Meeting my AC. Doesn't it normally go to the defender anyway?
If it meets, it beats.
Okay. That's fine.
This goblin will step back, getting a better vantage point from the table. Ego.
Ego's going to move over here where she cannot be seen at this point. That used both the standard action and the move. So,
Alright, ending your turn.
yep.
Right, we have Dead Goblin, Dominicus.
So, I was under the impression that it said on Improved Natural Armor that you could only take it every 5 levels, that meant that you could only take it if you were level 5?
Seems like a GM discretion thing.
Let's see, it's in that Eidolon page.
Yeah, you can have it for once for every 5 levels. I don't know. It's confusing wording to me. That's why I'm asking. Because if we can take it, then that's obviously what I'm taking.
I agree. I'm just saying, it seems like a GM discretion thing because of the wording.
Think. 1 second. Blah, blah. Dolan. Wait a minute, I'm in the wrong friggin' page. Link me the damn thing.
I got it.
Oh, here we go. Eidolon page.
Oh, well.
Once for every 5 levels the summoner possesses.
Yeah, so
So
we have
that
to be
means
level
a
5.
minimum of 5 levels, once again at 10, 15, and 20.
Okay, that's what I thought. So we do have to be level 5 to get that.
Yes.
Okay. I was about to say, because obviously we're going to take that if we can.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why I took low light vision, because I wasn't sure about that. And they threw the light rock out. Or I felt like they were going to.
I know what I want. Taking reach. And I'm choosing my mace.
Alright.
Okay, Okay. Dominicus raises a paw from his cloak and channels Saren Ray's divine light. Channel energy. Focusing on my guys. Almost was not able to get both y'all. Of course, I'm probably about to take some damage for it.
Right. 3 HP healed. This goblin steps aside and hurls another bit of glassware at Dominicus, missing entirely. There's a fair bit of glass that's building up on the beach behind y'all. Kathos?
Okay, so I'm gonna take reach for Kathos, and I'm going to attack the goblin with right in front of the window with claws.
Okay. First attack lands and severs the goblin in 2 pieces. Before it even has time to shriek, it falls dead to the ground.
Only one of the claws gets reach, by the way.
Okay, well, obviously we know which one that was.
We'll assume it's the first one.
Also, he's bleeding.
Oh, he's dead. There's not much blood left.
Kyrie was like, "Do we need to roll bleed damage?" I was like, "No, he's good."
Dominicus. Another piece of glass comes hurling out of the southern window. As you turn to look where the glass has come from, roll me a perception. You can just barely make out a very familiar figure posted up behind the goblin. Does not seem to be moving. However, due to the goblin standing in front of you, can't quite make out who he is. Another piece of glass comes hurling at Dominicus.
Ow. Jan!
Eventually, one of the pieces of glass lands true, shatters on your armor, and cuts you as it falls.
Yeah, if it meets, it hits, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Couldn't get that shield up in time.
Yet another piece of glass falls short and lands in the bushes behind you. Kyrie.
Okay. So I'm going to cast Snowball at the goblin in front of the dead body, I guess.
Okay. Roll a range touch attack. The snowball goes sailing, hits against the glass forge behind him, and melts away. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes. Yes.
All right, Javier.
Give me just one sec, because I have a question to ask. So, these windows here and here, has glass been coming out of these?
The glass has actually been broken outwards and is now on the ground directly in front of the window.
Okay, so the windows are broken is really I guess what I'm asking.
They are broken.
Okay, cool. So Javier is going to move over here by Dominicus and cast he's gonna cast sleep on this point right here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's a will saving throw for these guys. It's the 4 lowest hit die first spell.
Should hit all of them. So, starting with goblin closest to you, then below, then to the left. Fails. Makes it. Makes it.
Oh snap.
One of the goblins, directly in front of the window, falls into a deep sleep.
So I have a free action left, is that right?
Yeah.
Could I like reach into my pack and toss Dominicus a potion of cure light wounds?
That would be more of a standard.
Okay.
I've got one.
Oh, okay, cool.
It'd be a move action to grab out of your pack and a standard action to toss it to someone.
Okay, well then with my free action, I'll yell at Dominicus, "Hey man, you need a potion?"
I am the potion.
Okay, cool. And he like gives him a thumbs up, and then ends his turn.
Write that on his tombstone. He was the potion. Until he
Javier,
wasn't.
I am the potion.
Randy, I am the potion. Round 3.
Indeed.
Leads into first dead goblin. Kathos. Another goblin steps into your view through the window holding a pane of glass. He quickly throws it, not quite taking aim, smashing it against the wall in front of him. The goblin next to him jeers at him. And instead decides to throw his own piece of glass. Which completely misses Kathos.
Good things that these things suck with throwings.
The goblins begin to get into an argument about who is worse at throwing. Ego.
Probably the dead ones. Also, no, we didn't win yet. It's not over yet.
Ego will stay put and ready attack for if a goblin pops out one of the windows next to her.
Okay. Dominicus.
Dominicus raises a paw from his cloak and quickly shoots a firebolt at the enemy.
What?
What in the name of...
What the hell did you cast?
I am a binary sorcerer.
Beep boop.
So
So you data drain?
yeah, I data drained that thing.
Nice.
Okay.
So yeah,
How many
Uh,
cores do you have now?
ranged touch, I believe.
yeah, it should be ranged. Yeah, range.
20 lands as the firebolt slams into the goblin standing in front of the window.
So let's see, 1d6. Kaboom.
The goblin shrieks and screams as the fire burns it away. However, it is still standing, patting itself down.
I am also gonna move.
Okay. All right.
Hey, is this window broken?
No.
Okay.
All right. This goblin steps away and seems to be collecting a few things. Kathos.
Alright, Kathos is going to enter through the window, and he's going to attack the goblin in front of him, or to the left of him, with his claws.
Jiminy Christmas. All right, you're attacking the one on the table?
Yeah. Yeah, the one on the table.
Kathos steps into the room and is greeted by a very gruesome sight. Ignoring all of that, all of the blood, broken glass, the smell of death, slashes into the goblin in front of him, tearing it into shreds, knocking it down to the ground.
Atta boy, Kathos.
Kathos, and actually, everyone else. You hear a very loud shriek from inside the building. Who here knows Goblin?
I do. And I guess Kathos does too.
Kyrie, you can make out that the remaining goblins are shrieking aloud. Wait! It's those Longshakes! What stopped the raid? Run for your lives!
So they're retreating? So it seems that they're retreating.
Well, we can't have any of that. We've got to stop them.
The goblin in front of the window goes running out of sight. Let's see, Dominicus and Javier, can y'all both see into the window?
I sure can.
I can
Give me
see like perhaps a dead body's feet, maybe.
Alright, Dominicus, give me one more perception. Finally, it hits you as the goblin moves out of the way. This body is none other than the man you were tracking previously. This is Lonjiku Kaijitsu. Somehow,
I think that we found her father.
his dead body is sitting in the middle of the glassworks, on display for anyone who enters, seemingly nothing more than the goblin's playthings at the moment.
We've got to bring these bastards down. No mercy.
Alright, this goblin is sleeping. This goblin will run out of sight, leading to Kyrie.
Okay. Kyrie's gonna move up to the window and cast Acid Splash on the goblin nearest.
The acid splash lands, smacking the goblin directly in the torso. The goblin screams in pain as acid splashes all over it, dealing 2 damage. Javier,
Javier is going to begin by moving over here. Right there. See if if he can kind of see a little something, something maybe. Okay. And then he's going to, I guess. Can I hold like a standard action?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. And pass turn.
What are you holding?
My standard action? Or do I have to have
Yeah,
like a specific
yeah,
thing
you have to declare a
that I'm doing?
specific action.
Yeah. You
Oh,
have to
okay.
declare like a trigger, basically.
Okay. Give me just one sec. Let's see here. Eh. I have nothing specific since there's nothing in view. I guess I could hold days in case something pops into my sight, like line of sight. If that's cool. I don't know if that's
Okay.
cool. Yeah.
Can we
So
hold spells?
Yeah, I mean, he can hold his action to cast the spell.
Okay,
It is only a standard, if I remember correctly.
that's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
It helps for future uses with spellcasters.
Yeah. Right. The goblin with the tongs, seeing no other option. Dear God, Max.
Meow.
Right. Anyway. Swings a pair of tongs holding molten glass. Is a 12 hit your touch
For Kato?
for Kathos.
Touch is 15.
Kathos's tough hide does not seem to care about the burning sensation of the tongs. This goblin is dead. Ego. God damn it, Max, what? Why are you so needy?
And once again, I forgot to take myself off of mute. Ego will stay put and ready an attack if something should pop through the windows. And that'll be her turn.
Dominicus?
Going to step into the window and fire a firebolt at the back line. I see you moving over there.
Don't worry about that. Alright. Ooh. Ooh.
Roast.
Right. Okay. Okay.
By the way, yeah, I fixed it.
I like it. Your firebolt flies and nails the goblin directly in the throat, burning away all of the skin and flesh. It gasps for air, only causing the flames to grow bigger as it falls to the ground, suffocating and burning.
It's a good show.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah and Ray.
Alright. Kathos' turn.
Jeez.
Crushed him.
Okay. Kathos is going to attack the goblin to his top right, left, whatever, with claws.
First attack misses. Second one, however, hits the goblin in the side of the face and tears it clean off, knocking it to the ground with the sheer force of the swing.
Also, he's bleeding.
The Madman Kathos.
Calm down, Kathos.
He goes hard.
So you don't have to.
There's like a mound of goblins just like accumulating around him.
Kathos standing on a pile of goblins, ripping one of the goblins' heads off.
Can we get like a little chant going for him, like K-Dose, K-Dose, K-Dose?
Well, there's that
K-Dose.
sleeping one that's about to get it.
Oh God.
Alright, Dominicus.
That thing's still asleep for at least 3 more turns, by the way.
Yes.
A furnace burns along the southeastern wall of this room. Marble tables sit in the chamber, used to work raw glass into usable shapes, with the nearby wooden tables cluttered with various tools of the trade. The building's furnace rumbles loudly. You can tell, amid all of the burning and tools, most of these have been scattered and broken. The scent of death is heavy in the air. You can tell that it's not just fresh blood, but also intermingling with old, decaying, coagulating blood. You see several workers laid out on tables, flayed, dismembered. Many of them have their eyes poked out, their entrails torn out, some of which are burning in the furnace.
Well, glad we killed these things. We gotta catch that one that got away, though.
All right.
Wait, there was a goblin that just appeared next to me. I would like to point that out.
Don't worry about that.
Magical teleporting goblins. Some bitches.
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Snatching up your children.
Okay. That leads us to Sleeping Goblin. This one here.
Goddamn teleporters.
Don't worry about that.
I'm definitely worried about teleporting goblins.
All right, Kyrie.
Whoa. What's that for? I don't like this anymore. But I'm gonna ready my crossbow before you do something.
Go for it.
And aim it at the door where the goblin retreated.
This one?
Yeah.
All right. Javier?
Yes. Javier is going to crawl past Dominicus in the window and stand kind of like right here. Oh God! Look at all the fucking goblins.
You
Is
come across the same scene as Dominicus.
So is this the one that's sleeping?
Yes.
Okay. Hmm.
The ones with the lemon grab symbol.
There's a crap load of goblins in here, guys. I think we need to kill that one over there.
One of them got away. I point to the door.
So fuck. How do I check how far I've moved?
You were just supposed to pay attention.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. I'll
I
assume.
think you were like right here.
Yeah. I'll just assume my my move action or like you know.
I mean, you can take a double move if you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And, which way is the door? Can someone ping the door for me? Word. Alright, so... I'm gonna go ahead... And I think... Okay, so upon seeing that the goblin is not in here, I'm gonna yell back. I think this one got away. Maybe we should, you know, take the sleeping one hostage and try to get some answers out of it or something. And then end my turn.
Okay. That leads us to Ego. Round 5.
Ego, seeing that everyone else has gone in but not yelling in bloody agony, will decide to slowly come around to Teague. Since it looks fairly safe, she will continue to move on in.
Keep in mind that it's difficult terrain. Right.
And
Here.
that would be
Yeah,
her
crossing.
turn.
Ego. You are standing next to a very familiar corpse. This is the dead body of Lonjiku Kaijitsu. He is set up on display in the middle of the room, underneath a ceiling spotlight.
Interesting. My turn has ended.
Dominicus?
This is a staircase, right?
Which one?
Yeah. I found a way down, I yell back to everybody. Or up, or whatever.
Yeah, red is down.
And, I'll go ahead and pull my mace and just be at the ready with my shield up.
Well, hello, friend.
Yeah,
Are
that's
we
the
in?
end.
Are we in the same room, or is that just
Yeah, I'm
like?
standing in the doorway that leads to the downstairs, so I can see you.
Okay, cool.
All right, that leads us into Kathos.
Okay, Kathos is going to walk up to the sleeping goblin and attack him. Oh, we'll kill him then.
Yes, the goblin is currently helpless. Your first attack tears into the goblin and destroys the sleeping creature.
Filthy abomination.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
All right, Kyrie.
I'm gonna follow Dominicus into the room and ready my crossbow and intern.
Javier.
Javier's going to push past Dominicus into the stairwell and go on up to see what he can see.
All right,
You mean down?
Or
down.
yeah, down then.
Got you. Javier, you head down the stairs, and what greets you? None other than two goblins sitting at the base of the stairs, weapons drawn.
Javier's going to cast sleep right here.
On this one?
It's actually like on a place, not necessarily.
Yeah, he can cast it on a spot.
Yeah, because it's a burst.
Yeah, and then
15
it goes
foot.
out from that spot.
Cool.
And it just
All right.
hits the four, like, closest, lowest hit die.
We're gonna do top one followed by bottom one. Top one falls asleep. Bottom one, I believe, makes it.
I think so?
What's your caster?
Yeah, it should be 13 meets.
Yeah, I think so. I think it just barely gets it. Because my caster level's 2, right?
Should be.
Yeah. And what's the how's it calculated again?
There should be a caster check.
10 plus caster level plus spell level.
Okay. It's a level 1 spell. Yeah, 13 meets. So, yep. He makes it.
All right. Now, round 6. And hold up ego.
Having seen Kyrie go into the room there,
Hold up. There we go.
There's somebody here. My cat senses are tingling.
From down the hall, a half-elf man appears. He looks you dead in the eyes. He clenches his fists and swings directly at you. Bear with me for 1 second. Yes. He clenches his fist tightly and swings directly for your throat.
What an asshole.
Right?
Just walks in and starts wailing on people. This is the guy that no one invites to the party. This is the Bonacarso.
Let's see. It should just be standard. Cool. Does 18 hit you?
Yeah.
He strikes you very hard in the throat. Make a fortitude as he hits you with a stunning fist.
Oh crap. Give me 1 sec.
You about to get wrecked, boy.
Probably, yeah. Let's see. I don't think you said fortitude.
Yes.
Under defense.
Okay.
Should be right there at the top. Just click the button.
Aw. Am I dead?
Whew.
Am I
Whew.
dead?
He hits you directly in the throat, but you manage to regain your breath.
Whew.
Not stunned.
However, he deals 5 damage to you as the pain radiates through your body.
So,
He-
will that affect his ability to sing?
He
I'm
actually
more of a
just
harpist.
barely staved off the effects, but he will recover by the next round. Or at least, it did not truly affect his ability to sing.
Okay, cool.
He looks you over. I see. You're much stronger than I expected.
I just look at him like, huh? What? You just punched me in the throat, man.
Who just punches people in the throat?
I've never even seen you before. You just run up on me like that.
Who throws a shoe?
And this will be the last time you ever see me or anything.
This is a prick job.
Ego
We'll see about
will
that.
try
Ego.
to attempt to catch up. After having seen Kyrie go into this room. And that will end her turn.
Dominicus?
Sorry, I forgot about push to talk. Can I hear the sounds of combat down the stairs since I'm standing in the threshold?
You can definitely hear Javier yelling, as well as an unknown man, talking rather calmly for his situation.
Alright. We've got to get down there. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't sound good. And then I'm going to rush down.
It's the bard. I am not concerned.
You end up in a very tight corridor next to Javier, staring the half-elf man in the face.
Yeah.
Looks over to you. I see there's more. Good. This was beginning to get boring. Gathos?
Kathos is gonna rush in.
Wait, I wasn't done.
Wait,
Oh.
what?
Okay.
Well, I was looking at my spell.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to channel energy focusing on the enemy for damage. I can hit everybody in this fucking corridor.
As for undead, right?
No, I can focus, it says I can focus to choose whether it be living or undead, and then I can choose whether it be damage to be dealt or healed, equal to 1d6 points of damage, plus 1d6 points of damage for every 2 cleric levels beyond the second.
Well, you're good, right?
Oh, so I can only damage if I'm evil?
Yeah, because you're channeling positive energy. You'd have to channel negative energy.
Okay, well then, firebolt in his face.
You're a Jedi, not a Sith.
Alright. You are casting a spell directly in front of him.
Yeah.
So he will take the opportunity to make a swift kick at you.
Ass butt. This guy's a prick.
The 16 hit.
Nope.
Can Javier take an attack of opportunity
I
on
brush
him
it off
when
with
he
my
does
shield.
that?
And no, you
No.
cannot.
Okay.
Alright.
Does my spell even hit him though?
Let's see. You rolled a 14 with him being in combat, since you do not have precise shot. Will miss.
Boo. Why are you attacking us? We don't even know you.
GM, Kathos still needs to take his turn.
Yeah, I was about to say, Kathos still has to.
Oh, I'm getting excited over here. Go ahead.
Ugh.
Kath, God damn it. You're done? Okay,
Don't bother
Kathos.
with the whys. You're the one who broke into my glassworks.
Went quiet. Oh, it's because my thing's dying.
Hmm.
But Kathos is gonna run into the room in front of Kyrie. And go partially down the stairs. Oh, go downstairs.
As you try to go downstairs, you realize that Dominicus is basically standing at the edge of the stairwell. I can probably put you right
Yeah,
here.
kind of figured. Yeah, we're kind of like wedged in there like peas. Assholes and elbows, everybody.
All right. This goblin looks up to the goblin ahead of him and begins slapping him about the face, yelling at
Cheaters.
him in goblin.
Cheaters.
Longshanks! Not time to sleep! Fight Longshanks now! The goblin ahead of him begins to groggily wake up, confused as to what just happened. He looks around and sees the scene and prepares his dog slicer. Kyrie.
Okay, Kyrie's gonna walk to the top of the stairwell and ready her crossbow.
Okay.
Come on, Javi.
Javier's going to cast Daze on the half elf. So that's a will saving throw.
All right.
Well, crap. Alright. And then he's just gonna kind of move away. I can't move past
You're
the door.
walking up the stairs?
Yeah. I need to get out of here. That dude's gonna kick my ass.
Damn it, Kathos.
I need to meet up with Kathos.
Right, you make your way back up the stairs. Stay there, Kathos.
You ass! I yell at him as he runs by.
The half-elf looks to you, makes a smirk, and says, It looks like your allies have abandoned you. Let's see how long you will last by yourself. As he begins swinging very rapidly at you, assume 18 hits,
Duh.
dealing 2 damage as one of his kicks hits you hard in the shin.
Damn it.
Ego.
Ego's going to enter the stairwell. Oh, look, the bard at the back hiding again.
And where have you been this whole time?
Well, I don't particularly care to take glass to the face because somebody threw a rock through a window.
Well, while I've been up here helping, you've been hiding in the back, so don't give me crap about where I am currently.
I am attacking the bard.
You miss. Javier spits in Ego's face as she misses.
Oh, I'm not even there, so I can't even see it. This is retarded, you guys.
I believe you have to make a check with that spit.
With the spit. You need a CMB for that spit.
Right? Range touch attack.
Okay. What is that, just like a D20 or something?
No, you roll a range touch attack. It's under attacks, ranged.
Okay, hang on, I have to resize this window. Attacks.
In the meantime, I'm gonna try to not die. Here we go with fucking tank cleric.
It hits.
Your spit lands directly where you aim.
In the eye. Both eyes, across the face, big fat loogie. And
That's-
as it hits, Javier says, "Why don't you worry about the goblins and not me, you useless piece of garbage?"
The infighting already.
Dominicus,
It's a good
your
party.
party is fighting. You are in front of a half-elf
I don't
who
even
wants
know
you
they're
dead. You can hear some arguments happening up the stairs.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna swing. Dominicus whips out his Morning Star quickly at the half-elf.
And misses widely. He laughs at you as you swing. I see. This must be your first time handling a weapon.
More of a healer. That's the end of my turn.
Kathos.
Kathos can't get in the map.
I assume you're walking in?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he's gonna...
Okay, well then Kathos is going to attack the half elf face with claws.
First attack lands, hitting the half-elf hard. He shouts loudly. Ah! By the gods! Where did this one come from?
One of those allies that you thought had abandoned me.
All right. Both goblins ready their weapons. Kyrie.
Okay, I'm going to take my turn to yell at the two next to me and tell them to turn their focus onto the battle and not each other.
My focus is on the proper battle.
I've done nothing against this person. I don't
You've
understand
ins-
why they're attacking me.
You've insulted her constantly. You don't listen to anything the party does. And I have to keep taking damage for your
You've been
mistake.
hiding and doing nothing this entire time. You waited till it was safe to come in. So fuck off, okay? With your bullshit. Right? Like, you've literally been useless. So fuck off.
It doesn't just happen today. You've been insulting the character since you met her. Her god is revenge. She is taking her revenge now.
Okay, so a party member that attacks other party members is less than useless. Because you're literally counterproductive, which is less than useless.
And verbally attacking is just as useless.
Alright, guys, come on now.
All right. Yeah, let's continue the
Let's keep
argument
it
later.
role played. I mean, shit. Everybody plays their characters different. You gotta remember that. Like, I mean, we gotta, like, you know, try to do the best that we can with each other, considering that we all play so differently. Like, it's understandable shit's gonna happen, but, you know, try to keep the argument in somewhat of a roleplay fashion.
Well, I do feel like party members attacking other party members, I mean, like, come on. How is that useful at all?
How is insulting other party members constantly
How is you
useful?
attacking me useful? Huh? What good are you doing? So if you kill me, you have literally killed my character, and now you probably aren't trusted by the other characters. So
You're
what?
untrusted by my character.
Okay.
You lie constantly.
Anyways, so Javier's gonna cast Daze on Ego Pride. Please make a will saving check. Nope. And then he's going to move into the other room to help his allies. Like a good member of the team. I can't move my character because you... Yeah, there we go.
All right. Round 8. The half-elf looks to the group crowding in front of him. I see. There are much more of you than I expected. He gracefully jumps back over the goblin's head and does a flip behind him. All right, this will be 25. I know none of y'all have a C&B that beats that. As he dodges out of the way of any proposed attacks, nimbly jumping over the goblins. As he lands, He quaffs a potion. He taunts down the hallway. Why don't you come here and get me? Send your otherworldly creatures down.
We don't even want to be fighting you, stupid.
But it's already too late. You've entered my building. You've slain my goblins.
Did you see what they did upstairs?
What they did. They've only played a small part in that.
Well, if it
I
was
tell you
you,
that
then all the more
everyone
reason
up
for
there
us to be
deserved
fighting.
it.
You're right. So let's just do this. Why does everyone always want to kill us instead of actually talking like civilized people?
Talk is cheap. Actions are what speaks.
Ego doesn't have a turn.
It leads into Dominicus.
I'm gonna go ahead and swing at this goblin.
That goblin, you'd have to take a 5-foot step into the stairs to do that. Can't really swing
Oh,
around.
okay, I see.
Now, as you step into the area, the two goblins execute their swings. We'll start with the top one. Bottom one.
Nope. Close, but no cigar. Trimming my whiskers.
Alright. You're
And
gonna
of
swing
course
at
I
the
don't
goblin.
hit them, so.
And of course, it misses and whiffs directly over its head.
I'm not a good fighter. You need heals? I got you. Not a good fighter.
Kathos. Kathos, what are you doing?
Okay, Kathos is trying to find a way around Dominicus.
You would know that this stairwell is only 5 feet wide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I guess we can't do that.
I mean, it let me put him there, so I figured it was gonna work.
Yeah, it's not supposed to.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess Kathos is holding his turn. Can he prepare his claws?
He can.
Okay, he's gonna do that then. And Kyrie, can I even get into the second stairwell?
You could actually squeeze past Javier.
Okay. And then, yeah, still can't do anything. So ready, crossbow?
Okay.
Hold action. Yeah.
Javier, it's gotten really crowded in here.
Getting a little cramped, sweaty.
Sorry, guys. The new girl decided to attack me. I don't know what the hell she's doing, but she's attacking me. So I hope you will at least come to my defense if it seems that we must defend ourselves against, assumed allies. And
Well,
then I'll move a little bit farther into the room.
she's probably mad that you threw a rock through this guy's window. Now he's trying to kick our ass.
That's no excuse for attacking a party member. I cast Daze on Ego Pride again.
You would know that once a creature has been affected with daze, it is immune to the spell for 1 minute.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess I don't do that. Well then, I move behind my allies. I can't see anything, but I'm gonna move behind my allies. In a position where Ego Pride would have to move through them to get to me. And then I drink a potion of Cure Light Wounds.
All right.
On a side note, we really do have to take this guy down quickly, though, because it's almost time for the stream to end. And I do have to work in the morning.
All right. So, if you were to press into that area, you would be technically squeezing into a space. What squeezing does is it allows you into a narrow space, but gives you a -4 penalty on attack and -4 penalty to AC.
Like, while I'm standing there or while I'm squeezing?
Yes, while you are squeezing, which is technically while you're standing. So you
Oh,
could
okay.
move into this area and be pressed up against the wall, but
Mm-hmm.
you're basically like your back is against the wall and you can barely move.
Mm-hmm. But would someone have to move through my allies to attack me? I can't really see anything.
Ultimately, some would.
Okay, then I'll do it. I'll move there.
All right.
And I guess if Ego wants to come after me and kill me or whatever and no one does anything, then I guess I'll just be dead. I'd still like to drink the potion of Cure Light Wounds, if possible.
You do have
to
a
roll it.
standard action.
Is
So
it a D8? It's a D8, is that correct?
it's D8 plus 1.
+1, okay. And then I end my turn.
All right. The half-elf looks at his new range of targets, steps to the side a bit, knocking an arrow in a crossbow. I'm sorry, a short bow.
He's gonna fire!
And looses the arrow at Kathos. The arrow narrowly misses Kathos' head and sticks into the wall in between Kathos and Javier. Ego?
Ego will cast resistance on herself. and then move to down the stairs.
Ego, you are greeted by a very crowded hallway.
Which I cannot even see.
Yeah, it's pretty packed.
You can see directly in front of you is Kyrie. Further beyond that is Kathos, and you can't see much further down the stairs.
Well,
The two goblins are going to take swings at Dominicus.
No.
Oh. You can see him be the top, or you can see him be the bottom one.
Nope.
You try to deflect its dog slicer, but fail to move it. Top one does land.
Ouch.
Dealing 4 damage as it cuts into your side. Dominicus?
I can't even get out of here, can I?
yes,
If
you
you
can.
if you want to move out of this cramped area, I would say you can move half speed through your group.
Okay. I gotta get out of here. I can't cast standing here.
What's your move? 20 or 30?
30.
Alright. That would put you 10 directly at the top of the staircase here.
Yeah, I gotta bail for just a moment. I'll be back.
However, you do still have a standard action.
So, I am going to go ahead and fucking cast Cure Light Wounds on myself. Oh, god damn it. Shit, I don't have that one set up. Okay, so it's a 1d8 plus 1. Ah. Much better.
What's your caster level is 2, right?
Yeah.
You would actually get a secondary +1, being that it's 1d8 plus 1 per caster level at a
Oh,
max
yeah,
of
it is.
+5.
Yeah.
So add an extra point.
Yeah, so 5. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Kathos.
Okay. Kathos is going to move up in front of Kyrie, right? He can do that.
Yes.
Okay. And then he's going to attack the goblin to his left
Okay.
and hopefully rip his face off.
Kathos is good at that. Ooh. Ooh.
Poor Kathos. tried so hard.
The goblin feebly tries to trip Kathos as he swings off balance, but simply cannot move its legs. Kyrie?
Okay, Kyrie's gonna move behind Kathos and cast Acid Splash at the goblin next to Kathos.
Okay. The one up top? Or the bottom one? Okay.
Might be.
Herb. Okay, that one does land. Despite it being in melee, your shot flies true. Number 6. The acid hits the goblin. Yet again, he takes more acid damage as it burns away his face, and he falls dead to the ground, screeching in horror and pain, scratching at its face until its limbs fall limp. Javier,
Javier's going to attempt to move into the room a little bit. I can't see anything on my screen, so I don't really know what's going on exactly with
can you
it.
see that?
Oh yeah. So
Just
what's
start your move from here.
okay? Let's see. So what's this right
So
here? This
this
yellow
would be
thing.
10 feet, by the way, since Kathos is consuming all 5 feet.
Okay. So is this like yellow thing right here, Kathos? What is this?
That's the stairs.
That's just the stairs.
Oh, okay. Is there anyone in here?
There's a goblin directly in front of Kathos right here. The half-elf is behind the goblin. And there's
Okay.
a dead goblin directly to the side,
Can you
which you
not
could
see
easily
them?
step over.
I can't see Kathos. I'm
That's because
like,
you and Kathos are one right now.
oh, okay. All right. And I will hold. I guess I will hold a daze, or
Well, you
whatever might
can't
come
stay
up.
on the same square as Kathos.
Yeah, you can't sit in Kathos' square. Either you stay in the squeezed space or you
Uh huh.
walk past Kathos.
Oh, okay. I'll I'm gonna stay in the squeeze space.
Okay?
All right. Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And I guess I'll hold an action. I'll hold a daze.
All right.
He wasn't exactly specific about his trigger.
Ego pride attacking me will be the trigger for my daze.
Would you prefer to say if anyone attacks you?
Sure.
The half-elf pulls back another arrow and looses it at Javier.
Javier cast daze on the half elf. That's gonna hit.
Oh, you bet it's gonna hit. All right, let's
Yeah, it
get
is.
the daze out of the way. Daze is enchantment, I believe.
It's a will saving throw.
It is enchantment.
Yeah, it is enchantment.
That's
And since he's half elf, he gets saves against that.
Jesus. Yep. Well then. Hehe. How much did I get hit for?
He hits you for 3 damage as an arrow flies and nails you in the arm.
Ouch.
The half-elf begins laughing aloud. Ego.
Ego will move up one. Cast Forbid Action on Javier. The forbidden action is move. And that would end her turn.
Alright. Javier, roll a will.
Where's Will?
I think it's under defense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang on one sec. Oh, okay.
Javier, you may not move for 1 round.
Ego's turn, it's over.
Out of character, if you keep acting like this, man, I'm like not interested in continuing this campaign at all.
Well, I feel the same way towards you. And I'm pretty certain that
I've
I'm
literally
going to-
done nothing to you. I don't know why you keep acting like this.
Alright, let's continue that conversation later outside of the game. Let's just get through this and then we'll hash all that out. Alright,
Fine.
the goblin swings towards Kathos and lands a blow, dealing 2 damage to Kathos. Dominicus,
Put me back at the top of the stairs right there. I'm gonna use channel energy on my allies.
alright. Alright, 5 healing to everyone. Kathos.
Kathos is going to attack the goblin in front of him.
I guess it had to happen eventually. Maybe he's claustrophobic.
The goblin feebly attempts to trip Kathos. Kyrie.
Okay. I'm going to perform acid splash on the goblin in front of Kathos.
Misses. Javier.
Hold a daze in case anyone attacks me. That's the end of my turn.
Kyrie. An arrow comes sailing in your direction. And pierces through your chainmail shirt.
How dare you?
Oh, I dare.
What is this guy, parrot?
Let's see you come down here and stop me. Once you're done playing in the stairs.
For the record, daze would do nothing to me. I'm still immune. However, ego pride has decided there's no point in attacking Javier when the healer keeps healing him. So she'll pick another time to take her revenge.
Alright, Goblin's going to take an attack of opportunity. Misses.
And then Ego's going to go ahead and attack the half elves.
He nimbly dodges your blow. The goblin angrily turns around, seeing the one trying to pass its barricade, and swings towards Ego, missing completely. Dominicus.
I'm just gonna cast Channel Energy on my allies again.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Leading into Kathos.
Okay. Kathos is going to attack the goblin in front of him. Hopefully hitting this time.
He did so well for the first half of the fight. And there it is. Let's see that beautiful bleed damage. Whew. This goblin is not looking very good.
Yeah, I bet not.
It's not great. Kyrie?
Alright, I'm going to try to acid splash the half elf.
Okay.
Okay.
Miss. Javier?
Am I still forbidden to move?
No.
Your round has passed.
Javier's going to leave now. He's just gonna walk away. He's done. That's the end of my turn.
Alright, Ego.
It's not Ego's turn. It's half elves.
Exactly.
Ah,
A half-elf turns towards you and rapidly swings at you, flailing limbs.
By the way, all the weird vibration bonuses have worn off at this point.
However, I don't think a 15 hits.
nope.
He scoffs at you. Armor. I never much cared for it.
Well, for once it's actually working for me.
He takes a 5-foot step backwards.
Ego make a 5-foot step forward. And attack the half elf.
Miss.
Yup.
The goblin turns to swing on Ego, but as he moves his arms, its horrible gash widens and blood spills out. He instantly falls faint to the ground, turning pale as all of the blood leaks out of its body. Menicus?
Can you move me into the room?
Yeah.
Gonna move there. And, I'm gonna shoot a firebolt at that prick. Damn it.
Miss. Kathos.
I guess Kathos is just gonna move up behind Ego and in between Dom.
Okay. Gonna hold there.
Yeah.
Kyrie.
Alright, Kyrie's gonna fire her crossbow at the half elf.
Big money, big money, big money. Look at that.
Kaboom. Too bad it
Kyrie.
didn't confirm.
It did not confirm, but you still land a bolt in the half-elf. It grazes past him, cutting his cheek. Javier?
Pass turn.
All right. Does an 18 hit your AC, Ego?
It means
As the half elf swings rapidly, dealing 7 damage. A second blow does not confirm, dealing 5 damage. The half elf looks at the party. So, are you willing to surrender and submit to Lamashtu?
No.
definitely not. Calistrea doesn't really like the fact that you hit me.
I'm pretty sure
So I'm
Saren
gonna
really
have to
doesn't like
go
you
ahead
killing.
and kill. And your god, I think.
It would be much better than putting down your lives.
Yeah, you see, you say that.
Something tells me I'd be putting down my life either way. So I'll go ahead and still try to kill you.
So be it. Choose the hard way.
You didn't try to escape, huh?
He just walloped you. Why would he run?
To put some space and use his bow. But yeah, of course, miss again.
Does not hit.
Not much else for me to do.
I'm gonna run around, use a double move, and get up against the edge of this corner here.
Kathos.
I didn't say I was
Or,
done.
okay. I thought you double moved.
Yeah, I'm looking at something. Hold on.
Okay.
Fuck, no, I can't do it. Never mind. Thought it would work, it won't.
Okay, Kathos is gonna move up behind the half elf through the path that Dominicus made. And he is going to, I guess, ready his claws.
All right, Kyrie.
Okay, I'm gonna stay where I am, and I'm gonna reload my crossbow and fire. Can I do it?
Yeah. Move action to load. Standard to fire. 17. It lands, dealing 4 damage to the half elf. He grunts in pain. When did that one get so good at taking shots?
Javier uses his entire turn to move back inside to the party, if possible, or as close to the party as he can.
That would put you here at the top of the stairs. Or bottom. Top, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just move as close as I can.
The half elf looks around. I see. So your group does know something of tactics. We'll see how well this treats you. He springs backwards towards Kathos. What is your... Actually, I'll just look it up. Yes. He nimbly rolls past you, Ego, avoiding any possible strikes you could have made, and heads towards Kathos, spinning around with a kick.
I'm confused as to how he avoids that.
Acrobatics. You can use an acrobatics to move out of a threatened square, so much as you beat their CMD.
Fucking acrobatics.
Okay.
All right, Kathos. That 14 does not hit. As his leg swings past your body, you can feel the rush of air. Ego.
And of
Miss.
course, that misses yet again.
Channel energy on my closest teammates. Done after that.
Kathos.
Okay, Kathos is going to attack The half elf.
Don't forget, y'all
Yeah,
are
so-
both flanking, so you add +2 to your attack. First one lands, dealing 7 damage. The half-elf cries out in pain as you slash him, causing a deep gash. Kyrie.
Okay, Kyrie's gonna try to acid splash.
Does not hit. Javier? There is an opening in the stairwell.
Okay, I'm gonna go into, I guess, the room that everyone else is in.
We'll just put you right there.
Okay, is that like as far as I can move without using 2 move actions?
That would be 5 feet.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
I
you got
can
like
move.
25 left.
So I can move like right here. And I'm going to. I can't see shit, man. Not from here. So I guess I'm gonna play Weird Vibrations again. Yeah. So I'm gonna use Weird Vibrations. Seasons don't fear the reaper, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain. We could be like they are. Come on, baby, don't fear the reaper. That's all I got.
Your song echoes down the hallways as everyone starts to feel a little bit weirder than they did before.
And I'm gonna take the +8 racial to a skill of my choice for my evolution.
Okay?
Applying it to my performance string ability.
The half-elf continues his onslaught on Kathos, blood dripping down to the ground as he does. Walia, give me strength.
Not today.
You can tell that he's starting to get weak and tired from the loss of blood. Ego.
I'll go ahead and miss again. Of course, now I've
Say that more often.
yeah,
Unfortunately,
apparently.
it does not confirm, but you still land a deep, deep blow into the half-elf.
So he has 17.
Dominicus. Did you add your +2 for
No,
then it does confirm.
Yeah, I was about to say that it
I
totally
don't know
crits.
if it goes on crit rolls.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Okay,
It's not
then.
like a special precision thing, it's just a extra roll.
Yeah, so you totally hit him for fucking an extra 4.
Alright.
And that's a crit card, right?
Yes.
From the deck
I
of
haven't gotten to
things.
do one of these in forever.
Since Devin blew that goblin off that wolf with a acid splash.
Yeah, it's been like 3 sessions. Alright, so we have piercing.
or slashing.
Well, did you thrust or slash?
Let's go with thrust since that's probably what he's looking at.
All right. Nailed in place. Double damage and target cannot move.
Does that mean I did 18 damage?
Yes.
Well, wait, 18?
No, it's just for the crit. Isn't it?
Yeah, you would have done 10 damage.
Oh, you only apply it to the attack roll, not the crit damage?
Yeah, it's not, since the crit generator doesn't really take into account the times whatevers. I take the first damage and then I double that.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you do 10 damage to him. Instead of 9.
And he can't move.
It's true.
Well, he couldn't really move before anyway.
I don't know, he's jumped over goblins.
Yeah, he could very easily dodge through any of you.
But not now.
Kathos. The half-elf is not looking good. In fact, he looks to Kathos before Kathos begins its onslaught and says, "Finish it. Do what you must, creature."
Kathos has no problem with this.
As the first claw lands and cuts deeply into him, he yells aloud, "Nualia! I'll join you soon." As a large gash is torn out of his throat, dropping him to the ground. Combat drops.
Okay, so we're gonna save looting for, you know, we can do looting off stream.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll go ahead and end it here, everybody. So, I hope everybody enjoyed their time here with us in Pathfinder, and we'll be back at it next Friday night. So if you want to join us, hope to see you then. And have a good day or night wherever you happen to be. Later.
Thanks for watching.